Now entering the show ring is your Class 1 percentage doe kids, 0 to 3 months. We need Class 2 percentage doe kids, 3 to 6 months, to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 2 percentage doe kids, 3 to 6 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Good morning. As we start our percentage go show today, we're going to start with the doe that is a little deeper bodied. She's jet level across the top. We appreciate that about her. She really blends really smoothly from front to back. I like the extension in her. She's slightly more extended through the front end, which gives her a little bit of an advantage over that second place individual. The second place individual, again, very nice doe, just not quite as deep bodied, not quite as extended, but in terms of the type and kind that she is, she's very balanced, and we appreciate that about her as well. So congratulations to these both.
And your placings from Class 1, first place to Tegan Walker, second place to Olivia Ritchie. Now entering the ring is Class 2 percentage doe kids, 3 to 6 months. We need Class 3 percentage doe kids, 6 to 9 months, to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 3 percentage doe kids, 6 to 9 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
We're going to start the class with the red doe, a doe that's extremely bold in her shape and her design. She has tremendous breed character about her. I love how clean she is in her lines and how clean she is up through that chest. The depth of body that she has is outstanding. I think she's very maternal looking for a young doe. In terms of movement, she's extremely fluent. Now, if I could change her at all, I'd like to maybe see her track out just a bit wider. But overall, I think a super nice doe to start this class with. The doe that goes next, the doe that profiles very nicely. I love the extension in her as well. She's just getting slightly overpowered by the doe in front of her. Not quite as much width in terms of how she transitions from front to back across the top. We'd like to just give her a bit more power there. The doe that goes next in the class, I love the first 2/3 of this doe. She's extremely effeminate. She's big ribbed. She's got a lot of power in terms of the muscle right down through her forearm. But as she transitions into that hind quarter, she wants to get a little straighter in her hock. I'd like to see more angulation there. She just a tick too posty for me when I compare her to the other two does. The doe that goes fourth in the class, again, super nice doe in terms of the way she profiles. She wants to get a little up underneath herself. She's really short-hipped. I'd like to lengthen her there. In terms of the amount of width that she has when we compare her to the goats ahead of her, we just want to open her up just a bit from front to back. Now, I think she's green, and I think we just need to give her just a little bit more time, but I think that will come. The young lady next in the class, when we get into this, when we start to have a few structural problems, right at the shoulder, as she transitions right into her rib, she wants to get slightly pinched in her heart girth, and we see that because she's really, we want to open her up in that lower forerib just a bit more. She's extremely clean through the front. She's long-necked. She's a very feminine doe, and she has excellent breed character. I love the depth of body in her as well. But again, she wants to get really weak in that back hock. She wants to get really straight, and we need to strengthen her there as well. The white doe that comes next in the class, I think she's super attractive, but she's really piecey in terms of the way that she's made. She wants to break at the shoulder and then again at the hip. In terms of width and volume, she certainly has that. We could clean her up in her chest floor just a little bit. We just want to see her transition from front to back more smoothly to be able to compete with the does ahead of her. And then the doe that we finished the class with, another doe that I think profiles quite lovely. She's really effeminate, and I like the look that she has. But again, she wants to break at the shoulder and at the hip. In terms of overall power, I don't think she has as much power as some of the other goats in the class. We would like to correct that about her or give that to her. But again, she's young, and I think that will come in time as well. So congratulations to this group.
And your placings from Class 2, first place to Piper Unger. Second place, Grace Ellis. Third place, Dalton Lawyer. Fourth place, Reagan Ritchie. Fifth place, Dalton Lawyer. Sixth place, Joy Davis. And seventh place, Christian Stockberger. Now entering the ring is your Class 3, percentage doe kids 6 to 9 months. We need Class 4 percentage doe kids 9 to 12 months to be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 4 percentage doe kids 9 to 12 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. We need Class 4 percentage doe kids 9 to 12 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 4 percentage doe kids 9 to 12 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
We've got a pretty big class here, so the ones that I pulled to the center, I think are the goats that's going to come to the top pretty easily for me. So let's give these guys that are on the rail a hand as they exit the ring. As we get into this class of percentages, there's a lot of high quality animals in here. And then there's a lot of differences too in terms of style, and that's okay. It just depends on what it is that you want to breed. But what we're looking for is breed character and structural correctness and muscle and bone and all of those things that make a good stock and good meat goat. And I think we found that in this first place individual. Is she perfect? I don't think she's perfect, but she's darn good. She's really extended through the front end. She's extremely balanced. I love the femininity in this doe. I love the breed character in this doe. In terms of power, she's powerful enough for me. In terms of movement, she's extremely fluent in movement, and that's to be appreciated. The doe that goes next in the class, and I don't think she's one that jumps out at you when she comes through the gate, but if you compare her to some of these other does in here, she has a lot of good in her. Is she the biggest bone doe in here? No, she's not, and I'll be the first to admit that. But I think in terms of the way that she's constructed, she's very sound. I love the extension in the breed character as well. As we transition out of that forefront back into that rib, it's really sprung and round and bold. She's very capacious through the center portion of her body. She has a tremendous amount of muscle through her hindquarters. Now, would I like to see her a little bigger in the forearm? Yes, I would. Would I like to see her a little bit bigger boned? Yes, I would. And I think that's where the doe in the first spot actually excels over her. But I think that doe has a big future ahead of her. The doe that goes third in the class, she's a little different style than the two does ahead of her. But she's extremely clean in her lines. Is she the deepest doe in here? No, she's not. Is she deep enough for me? Absolutely. She has plenty enough bone and plenty enough muscle. I like the way this doe transitions from front to back in terms of movement. Again, extremely fluent in movement. Lots of breed character in this one as well. As we get into this fourth place individual, tremendous amount of power in this doe and breed character. I really love the first 2/3 of her. The upper portion of that hind saddle really opens up and appears to be square, but when we put this doe into motion, she gets super close at the ground, and I just want to see her track out wider off of her feet and legs. The doe that goes next in the class, again, a doe that has a tremendous amount of power for her. For me, she's a little bit too powerful through that front end. She wants to get a little bit out on her elbow. You got to be careful when you get that one set up that you don't get her set up too wide. But a doe that has a tremendous amount of depth of body. She's extremely clean in her lines, lots of muscle in this one, and lots of capacity. And I guarantee you a big future in that one as well. Congratulations. The gentleman that goes next in the class, I love the center portion of this doe's body. I love the rib shape on her. Again, lots of breed character and extension in her. I'd like to open her up just a tick in the front end when we compare her to the other does. A doe that wants to get a little higher in the hip, when we put her into motion, she really wants to toe out just a bit and get up underneath herself. I'd like to fix that on her. The doe that goes next in the class, the young lady in the red. Again, first 2/3 of this doe, absolutely gorgeous. She's got a beautiful head and neck about her. She's extremely clean, lots of capacity. I think maybe if we could just lengthen her out in her loin just a little bit and give her a little bit more length to match the front of that body and balance her up a bit, I think she could move up in the class again pretty easily. Again, she doesn't quite move off of that hindquarters the way I would like for her to be able to compete with those does ahead of her. The paint doe that goes next in the class, I think she's one of the most attractive does in here. She's really balanced in terms of her type and design. She really transitions from front to back nicely, but we get back to that hindquarters. She really wants to close up in her pin set. We want to square her up there and just give her more power out of that hindquarter. The doe next in the class, the young lady here with the caramel colored headed doe. I love this doe right through her front end. I love the breed character and the extension in her as well. But again, she wants to break at the shoulder and she wants to break at the hip. She doesn't transition quite as cleanly as the does ahead of her. We might like to just lengthen her out there in her rib just a bit through the center portion of her body. But if you ask me if she has a lot of capacity, she certainly appears to have that. She's very deep flanked, and we like that about her as well. The gentleman that comes next in the class, I think where she excels over the doe that's ahead of her is just sheer length through the body. But again, she wants to get a little weak topped on us. When she's standing there, she wants to give up just a little bit in terms of structure. We want to just strengthen her through her top. The gentleman here that comes next in the pink and black, we've got a doe here. I think it has a tremendous amount of power as well. She just wants to get a little too short for me. I want to lengthen her out in the body. She's a little straight in her hock. Again, I want more angulation there. The young man next in the class, I love the first 2/3 of this one as well. I love the depth of body that she has. I think she's super attractive. She really gives up a lot in terms of power through her hindquarters. We want to widen her out. We want to give her more overall muscle to be able to move up in the class. And then the young lady here that we in this class with, and granted, this is not the end of the class. This is about the middle, so you did just fine. Okay? Again, super attractive. Lots of breed character, really extended through the front. But this one, right when we get into that hindquarters, in terms of the way she's constructed through her back end, she's super straight. She's a little high in her hock. We want to just settle her down there just a little bit, give her a little more angulation for her to be able to move out off of her feet and legs fluently and move up in the class. But again, lots to like about this one too. Congratulations.
Your placings from class 3. First place, Drew Pontius. Second place, Corrine Lamb. Third place, Tegan Walker. Fourth place, Corrine Lamb. Fifth place, Olivia Ritchie. Sixth place, Tyler Stollifer. Seventh place, Grace Ellis. Eighth place, Noah Teal. Ninth place, Ty Llewellyn. And 10th place, Ty Llewellyn. Now entering the ring is your class 4 percentage doe kids, 9 to 12 months. At the end of class 4, we will be showing for your junior champion percentage doe.
We're going to start the class with the doe that brings a lot of balance to the table and a tremendous amount of capacity. She's for her type and kind, I think she balances up really nicely. Now, I'm not going to say there's not longer does in here or anything like that, but I think for the way she's constructed, she is very balanced. I love the breed character in this doe. Again, extremely clean in her lines. In terms of movement, she is the freest and stoutest in terms of power when we put her on the move. Right through the center portion of her body is a tremendous amount of capacity. I love the rib shape in this one. Just a really super nice doe to start the class with. The goat that goes next in the class, again, I think where she actually excels over that first place individual is that she is slightly longer in her loin. But with that length, we start to give up just a little bit in terms of width and volume, especially through that chest floor. When we put her into motion, again, she wants to get slightly closer at the ground than the doe ahead of her, but that's splitting hairs. Again, super nice doe. The bald-faced doe, the one with the white ear that goes next, super attractive. As soon as she hits the ring, you want to look at her. Tremendous breed character. Again, lots of capacity. Lots of power in this one as well. I love the first 2/3 of her. I love the depth of body that she has. We get back into her hindquarters. I just want to make her more sound out of her hindquarters when we put her into motion. I think the doe that goes in that fourth spot here, again, super attractive. I love the upper portion of her body in terms of the way she's constructed. In the lower extremities of her body, I want more power, more bone, and more muscle. And I think if she had that, we'd be able to move her up in the class quite easily. The goat that goes next in the class, in terms of frame and size, she's exactly what you want when we're looking for capacity. Again, I like the first 2/3 of her. We get back into the hindquarters. She really gives up a lot in terms of muscle on the outer leg. She wants to get super straight in her hock. We want to fix that about her, but I love the capacity in her, and I think that in terms of looking maternal and looking like a real breeding doe, she certainly brings that to the table, and that's to be commended. The one that goes next in the class is very much like her in terms of type and kind. But again, in terms of the way she's constructed through the hindquarters, she gives up a lot as we move back into that pin set. She wants to get super close. She wants to go a little straight in her hock, and we want to correct her there. Now, as we move on down the class, we've got some does that are a little different style than the couple that stood ahead of them. This red paint doe, she's super attractive on the profile. I really like the upper portion of her body. She's really long through the center portion of her body. She has lots of capacity. She's really elegant, and she has a lot of breed character about her as well. I want to give her more bone and more power in the lower extremities. And when we put her into motion, she really wants to hock in. She's toeing out when we put her in. When we get her going, we want to fix that. The next doe in the class, this red doe, again, I think she's super pretty on the profile. She's got a lot of breed character about her. She's extremely elegant. She's a deep-bodied doe. She wants to get high in the hip for me. I think in terms of power, we have some does that were more powerful than her that stood ahead of her. She wants to get slightly pinched in her heart girth. I'd like to open her up there. She wants to get really straight in her hock. We need more angulation as well. The goat that goes next in the class profiles really well. Again, she's a doe that the first 2/3 of her body we love. She has the bone and she has the muscle, but when we get back into the hindquarters, she wants to get really close in her pin set, and we need to open her up there. When we put her into motion, she wants to get close at the ground. And then the doe that we end the class with, a doe, again, that's really clean in her lines, and she's elegant. Plenty enough breed character in her. She's pretty balanced in terms of the way that she's designed, but she's flatter sided than the other does. We just want to open her up from front to back to be able to compete with the goats ahead.
Your placings from Class 4, first place, Brian and Amy Hazelbacker. Second place, Bailey Brumfield. Third place, Grace Ellis. Fourth place, Tina Villa. Fifth place, Maverick Hawthorne. Sixth place, Maverick Hawthorne. Seventh place, Adeline Hefner. Eighth place, Wilson Kegley. Ninth place, Tatum Thomas. And 10th place, Cannon Wilhoit.
So we get into our first drive of the day. There certainly is a lot of quality in here. We're going to start with these two young goats in the front. One just being a little deeper bodied, as I recall in the class when I talked about them, than the other. But two super nice young kids with a lot of potential and big future ahead of them. Out of our next class, our red doe, she was a big top doe, a doe with a lot of rib and a lot of natural muscling to her, a doe that in terms of breed character and elegance, certainly has that. The doe that we followed that doe with in class, just not quite as powerful across her top. She wanted to give up some right there in the area of her rack. Didn't transition out of her withers into her rack quite as smoothly, but super attractive on the profile. Plenty muscled enough for me at this young age. A doe that has enough bone and a tremendous amount of depth about her as well. The young man here in the purple with the Cape Doe. We've got a doe here that's extremely elegant with a lot of breed character. Very, very clean in her lines, a deep-bodied doe. A doe that when we put her into motion, she's very fluent in terms of movement. We appreciate that. The doe that went second in the class, maybe a little plainer made, maybe not quite as big boned, but we really like the depth of body that she has and the power that she has through the center portion of her body. She's elegant as well and very up-fronted and clean, which is something that we're looking for in these does. And then out of our last class, we've got a doe that's really big barreled, and she's got a lot of capacity. She's really deep in the flank. We like that about her. A doe, again, with a tremendous amount of breed character. In terms of movement, we really like the way she moved out of her hindquarters, how powerful she is when we put her into motion, and how fluent she is in that motion. The doe that goes next in the class, she excelled over that first place doe, I think, in terms of length of body, but not quite as powerful in terms of width through her front end and through rib shape. But again, a doe that's to be commended for being extremely balanced. We like the design of her, and I think we've got a doe there with a big future ahead of her. She already looks very maternal at a young age. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to go out and congratulate our Grand and Reserve in our first division.
Congratulations to your junior champion percentage doe, Drew Pontius of Class 3. And your reserve, Brian and Amy Hazelbaker of Class 4. Now in the ring is Class 7 percentage yearling does, 12 to 16 months. We need Class 8 percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months to be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 8 percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring.
We're going to start the class with the young lady in the black here with the red doe. A beautifully specimen of a doe for a yearling. Big, big rib shape on her. Lots of depth of body, lots of muscle. She is by far the widest tracking doe in the class. She's extremely powerful out of her hindquarters. I love the breed character in her. I think she combines power and elegance very well. Congratulations. The doe that goes next in the class, in terms of elegance, she's extremely elegant. She's up fronted. She's really extended through the front end and through the bottom. She just gets overpowered a little bit in terms of width when we compare her to the doe ahead of her. But I will say, what you see is what you get with this one. She's not carrying any extra conditioning. I love the natural muscling and bone in this one, and I think that she's to be commended for that. The doe that goes next in the class, a doe that, again, a tremendous amount of power in her. She's not quite as deep in the flank as the two does ahead of her, not quite as deep bodied. She wants to get a little shorter coupled. She's not quite as big boned. But in terms of her design, I think she balances up really well, and I think she's a super nice doe as well. The doe that goes fourth in the class, I like the upper portion of her and the lower extremities. We might want to strengthen her in terms of muscle and bone. I'd like to see a little more muscle down through the forearm and down through the stifle. In terms of movement, she gets a little choppy in her movement. I'd like to see her just take a longer stride and be a little more powerful in terms of movement. And then we've got this doe that sets up really beautifully on the profile that we end the class with. She wants to get a little waisty in her brisket. I'd like to clean her up there. She's pretty tubular in her design. I'd like more depth of body out of her, and she just wants to get slightly close in that pin set. I'd like to open her up there as well. But beautiful does. Congratulations to you all.
Your placings from Class 7, first place, Logan Holland. Second place, Maybe Grace Redden. Third place, Ty Llewellyn. Fourth place, Whitney Pugh. And fifth place, Amber Schroeder. Now in the ring is Class 8, percentage yearling does, 16 to 20 months. We need Class 9 percentage yearling does, 20 to 24 months to be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 9 percentage yearling does, 20 to 24 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring.
The doe we start the class with, I don't think she's a doe that just jumps out at you and says, hey, I'm the winner, but she's the winner today. She's a doe that's extremely flexible in her skeleton. In terms of movement, she moves out on her feet and legs really well. When we set her up, maybe she's not the most attractive, but in terms of structure and movement, I think she is the best of the class. She's extremely long bodied. She's deep bodied. She's extended through the front end. She has enough bone. She is not over conditioned, which I appreciate, and she has a lot of natural muscling. The doe that goes next in the class, I'll say that she's attractive. She's really attractive. I love the first 2/3 of her. I love the capacity that she has. I love how she combines breed character and elegance with power. In terms of movement, she does present a bit of a problem out of her hindquarters. We want to correct her there just a bit, but a lovely doe. The doe that goes next in the class. I think out of all of the does in here, just standing in the lineup, she's the one that catches your eye. She's the attractive one. She has excellent breed character. She's super pretty. She's really elegant. We could clean her up in her brisket just a bit. In terms of movement, again, she wants to get slightly closer in her pin set than the does ahead of her. But if you want look and you want capacity through the center portion of the body, she absolutely has it. So congratulations to you as well. The doe that goes next in the class, I love the first 2/3 of her. I love the center portion of her body as well. I just want to see her track out a little cleaner and a little wider out of that hindquarters. The red doe that goes next in the class, a doe that I think for her design, I think she wants to get a little shorter coupled. She's jet level from hook to pin. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I might like to see a little bit more of a gentle slope to it. But she wants to get slightly, because of that, I think she wants to get slightly straight in her hock when we compare her to the other ones. Now, is she extremely straight? No, she's not extremely. I don't want to, I'm not trying to really knock her that hard. But I think in order to be able to compete with the does ahead of her, I think we do need a little bit more angulation, and I think we need a little bit more length from hook to pin. She just wants to get just a little bit short there for me. The goat that goes next in the class, a doe that has a lot of capacity, a doe that's really extended through the front end. I don't think that she's quite as elegant as the does ahead of her, but I think she's plenty powerful enough. I like the depth of body that she has. She's a doe that could transition from front to back just a little cleaner. I think the red doe that goes next in the class, here's a doe that's super, super attractive. I love the first 2/3 of this animal. I love how clean she is in her lines. I love the depth of body that she has. I like the muscling that she has. But if you want to talk about movement, and we're going to talk about movement just a little bit today, she gets extremely close at the ground out of that hindquarters. We just need to open her up there for her to be able to move up in the class. We have the same issue with the doe that goes next in the class. She's a little coarser made than the doe that ahead of her, which puts her in that spot. And then the doe that we end the class with, again, really, really attractive. We love the upper portion of her body. We just want to power her up in the lower extremities.
And your placings from Class 8, first place to Angela Graham, second place Scarlett Kreisel, third place Colton Cobb, fourth place Faithlin Scholl, fifth place Grace Ellis, sixth place Timothy Arlen and Becky Piketon, seventh place Piper Unger, eighth place Tracy Diefenbach, and ninth place Olivia Ritchie.
We're going to start the class with the red doe, a doe it's really balanced. Out of our first three individuals, I think in terms of movement, she is the soundest. She's a doe that's really clean in her line. She has a huge rib shape about her, lots of natural muscling. Is she as big boned as some of the other does in the class? No, she's not. But I think in terms of structure, I think that she comes to the top for me pretty easily. The goat that goes next in the class, a tremendous amount of frame. Now, you want to talk about bone and muscle, she certainly has it. She's really big through that barrel. We appreciate that. She's a little squarer out of the top of her hip. In terms of movement, again, I want to make her more powerful. And I think in terms of just overall sheer muscle, when you get your hands on her and you compare her to the third place doe, she just has more. That third place doe, super, super attractive, really extended through the front end, really clean in her lines. Again, tremendous amount of capacity, but when I put my hands on her, she just wasn't carrying as much muscle, especially through the hindquarters, as the doe ahead of her. The doe that goes next in the class, I don't think she balances up quite as nicely as the first three. She's extremely powerful. I'd like to lengthen her out in her body just a bit. Again, in terms of movement, I'd like to make her more powerful. I think length of body is where this next individual, the gentleman in the red shirt, I think that's where your doe actually excels ahead of the doe ahead of her. Unfortunately for me, she wants to give up some in her top. She wants to break in her shoulder. She wants to give up some in terms of the way she's constructed in terms of levelness through her top, and we would just like to correct her there. The doe that goes next in the class, she's interesting. I like the upper portion of her body. I'd like to give her a little bit more leg. I'd like to give her a little bit more bone. She wants to get a little waisty in her front end as well, and I'd like to lift her right through the center portion of her top to be able to move up in the class. The young lady in the red that goes next here, we've got a doe here that profiles really nicely. Is she balanced? I don't think she's quite as balanced as the does ahead of her. I would like to maybe give her a little more extension through her front end, lengthen her out in her body, and just in terms of the lower portion of her body, she really wants to get close at the ground. I'd like to open her up, and I think that's really evident from the top of her body because she wants to get really close in that pin set, and it kind of transitions from the top of her body to the ground. In terms of capacity, I think she certainly has that. The next doe in the class, lots of length through the body, lots of length through the top. She wants to get a little flatter sided than the does ahead of her. And then when we move on down into the class here, we've got some does that really give up a lot in terms of the way they're constructed in their pin set, but does that have a lot of capacity and does that have a lot of potential in terms of breeding.
Your placings from Class 9, first place to Kella Knott. Second place, Tina Villa. Third place, Bailey Burgum. Fourth place, Justin Stewart. Fifth place, Christian Stockberger. Sixth place, Ty Llewellyn. Seventh place, Lillian Heisel. Eighth place, Adeline Hefner. Ninth place, Jacob Wickard. 10th place, Paige Garrett. And 11th place, Josh Gano. Now showing in the ring is your percentage yearling division.
As we get into our yearling drive here, out of our first class, we've got this really fancy red doe, a doe with a tremendous amount of elegance and power, and we talked about that in class and how much depth that she had and how good she was in terms of power when we put her into motion. The doe that went second in that class We really like her too. She profiles really nicely. She just didn't quite have the power of the doe ahead of her. Out of our second class of individuals, we had a planer made doe that made it to the top of the class for me just in terms of sheer structure. We put her into motion, and I think that she's really sound in terms of her feet and legs. Is she the most powerful doe in here? No, she's not. I think she's getting overpowered by a few does in here today. But in terms of a potential breeding doe, she certainly brings everything that we're looking for to the table. The doe that the doe that went second to her, she was more powerful. We just wanted to give her more power in terms of movement to be able to move her up in the class as well. And then out of our last class, the young man here with the red doe, a doe again. She's extremely clean in her lines, a doe that's really wide, very capacious through the center portion of her body, lots of breed character in her too. Was she the cleanest moving and most powerful? She wasn't. Was she sufficient? I think so. The doe that went second in that class, again, a doe with a tremendous amount of bone and power. We like the center portion of her body. We just like to see more fluidity in terms of movement. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to go out and I'm going to congratulate our grand and our reserve and our yearling division.
Congratulations to your yearling percentage champion doe, Logan Holland from Class 7, and your reserve, Kellen Knott from Class 9. Now in the ring is your Class 12 percentage 2-year-old does, 24 to 36 months. We need Class 13 percentage age does, 36 months and over, to be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 13 percentage age does, 36 months and over, please be lining up in the makeup ring.
You will check their tattoos. You will check their tattoos. We're going to start the class with a really powerful doe. We like that aspect of her. Again, a lot of breed character in this one. If I were being critical of her, I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor just a bit. But a lovely doe to start the class with. The goat that goes next in the class, lots of length of body here. She's not quite as stout and quite as powerful through her top as the doe ahead of her, but again, super nice 2-year-old doe. Congratulations.
Your placings from Class 12, Olivia Rosemeyer. Second place, Caleb Fisher. Now entering the ring is Class 13, percentage age does 36 months and over.
We're going to start the class with the white doe, a doe that's extremely long-bodied, extremely attractive. I like the extension in her, the breed character, and the elegance. She's a deep-bodied doe, plenty of bone, and she does have a tremendous amount of muscle. If I'm being critical, I would like to open her up in that pin set. She does track a lot closer than I would like for her to, but overall, a very nice package in that one. The doe that goes next in the class, she gets a beat in terms of length of body. I think where she actually excels is in terms of is in movement. She is wider tracking out of her hindquarters. We would like to give her the length of body of the doe ahead of her. We'd like to give her the bone and the power of the doe ahead of her, but again, a nice doe. The doe that goes next in the class, a doe that's extremely attractive, tremendous amount of power in her. She doesn't transition out of her withers into her rack quite as smoothly as the does ahead of her. Again, we want to power her up in terms of movement. The black-headed doe here, a doe that wants to get really short coupled. We want to give her the length of body that the does ahead of her has. In terms of movement, she's showing some weakness in her pasterns today. I'd like to strengthen her there. I'd like to clean her up in her brisket just a bit. And then the doe that we end the class with. There's some good in this one as well. She just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the does ahead of her. I think she needs some length of body to be able to match her front end. She does have a good rib shape about her in terms of movement. We want to strengthen her there as well. But super nice group of does, so let's give these guys a hand.
And your placings from Class 13, first place to Bailey Brumfield, second place Macy Elliott, third place Bailey Burgum, fourth place Tom and Jackie Redden, and fifth place Tanya French. Now in the ring is your senior champion percentage doe, Drive.
We get into our senior drive here. The young lady in the black, we'll start with that one. That doe, we talked about how much power and how character she had in class. I was being critical and I said I wanted to clean her up in her chest floor just a bit. But overall, I think she's a super nice package. The doe that went second to her, we just wanted to strengthen her on top a bit to be able to compete with that first place individual. And out of our second class, our white doe here, lots of extension, lots of power, lots of breed character in her. But in terms of movement, we wanted to see her track out of that hindquarters a little cleaner and with a little bit more power. And then the doe that went second to her, a doe that actually excelled in terms of movement but didn't have the length of body or power of the doe ahead of her. For me today, I'm going to take the doe that's most structurally correct. She's going to come out of our first class. Congratulations. And we're going to follow her with the big white doe as our reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your senior champion percentage doe, Olivia Rosemeyer from Class 12, and your reserve, Bailey Brumfield from Class 13. Now in the ring is your grand champion percentage doe, Drive.
So get into our overall drive here. We've got two juniors. A tremendous amount of power in both, one of them being just a little bit more elegant than the other. One of them having just as much power when you get your hands on her and depth of body as the other. But again, I think just a more precise and cohesive look than our second place individual. But if you want sheer power, that second place individual certainly has it. Is she elegant enough, and does she have the breed character that we're looking for? Absolutely. Out of our yearlings, we've got these two red does here. One of them in terms of structure was just a little bit more sound in terms of movement, and that's what got her in that first spot. But two does that exhibit a tremendous amount of power through the center portion of their body, and two does that bring a lot of breed character to the table. So they're to be commended for that as well. And then we have our two senior does. We've got a doe here, our Cape doe, that in terms of movement, that got her to the top of the class pretty easily. She's very capacious, and she's very cylindrical in terms of her rib shape. We like that about her. I wanted to clean her up in her chest floor just a little bit, maybe to make her just a little more attractive, but overall a nice package in that one as well. And then our white doe that we love the first 2/3 of, but we just want to see her track out wider. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to go out and pick the two does that I think fit the bill today. So give me just 1 second.
Congratulations to your grand champion percentage doe, Drew Pontius from the junior division and Logan Holland from the yearling division. Now entering the ring is Class 18, full-blood doe kid, 0 to 3 months. We need Class 19 full-blood doe kids, 3 to 6 months, to be lining up at the makeup ring. Class 19 full-blood doe kids, 3 to 6 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 19 full-blood doe kids, 3 to 6 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 19 full-blood doe kids, 3 to 6 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring.
The doe we start the class with here, a doe that balances up really nice. I think this one is going to have a big future ahead of her. I like how balanced she is. I like how fluent she is in movement. I like the breed character that she has and the elegance at a young age. I think that that one is going to come on and really do some good things for you. The doe that comes next in the class, again, super attractive, just not quite as much power as the doe ahead, not quite as much bone, but I love the length of body and I love the look of this one, and I think she's going to have a big future ahead of her as well. Congratulations. The doe that goes next in the class, I really like the way that she profiles. She's slightly flatter sided than the two does ahead of her. We just want to open her up. I understand she's young and I understand she's green, and I think we just need to give her a little bit of time. In terms of elegance and breed character, she certainly has that. And I would just be real open-minded about this one because I have a feeling she's going to come on and you're going to be real happy with her as well. And then we end the class with our little red spotted doe here, a doe that profiles, again, really nicely. She's extremely clean in her lines. She just doesn't exhibit the power of the three does ahead of her today. I think given time, that could come on as well. So be open-minded about her, and let's just give her a chance, okay?
And your placings from Class 18, first place to Casey Marie O'Connell, second place Tegan Walker, third place Olivia Rosemeyer, and fourth place Gracie Smith. Now entering the ring is your Class 19 full-blood doe kids 3 to 6 months. We need Class 20 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months to be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 20 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 20.
Class 20. Start calling them because I think they're drag ass getting here.
Class 20, full blood doe kids, 6 to 9 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 20, full blood doe kids, 6 to 9 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. At this time, we'd like to take a moment to welcome our judge, Patrick Ayla from Springville, California. Patrick has been raising and exhibiting board goats for over 30 years. He's produced and exhibited the 2015 Reserve National Champion Percentage Doe and the 2015 Reserve National Champion Percentage Git of Sire. He also exhibited the 2016 National Best Pair of Senior Bucks. In 2017, Patrick bred and exhibited the 2017 National Champion Senior Percentage Doe, Reserve National Best Pair of Kids Opposite Sexes, Reserve National Best Pair of Senior Percentage Does, and the Reserve National Champion Full Blood Breeders Herd. In addition to being an ABGA judge, he also judges county and state level for FFA, 4-H goat shows, and jackpot competitions. In his very spare time, he enjoys raising and showing quarter horses. Please put your hands together in welcoming him here with us in Louisville today.
Again, we've got a pretty large class here, so we're going to keep the goats through in the middle of the ring. Let's give these guys a hand on the rail as they exit, please.
This is the last and final call for Class 20 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months to be making your way to the makeup ring. Last and final call for Class 20 full-blood doe kids 6 to 9 months to be making your way to the makeup ring.
We're going to start the class here with the black doe. Extremely long-bodied doe. We like the length of body and the balance that she has. Lots of breed character, elegance, and power in this one. In terms of movement, extremely flexible through the skeleton and wide tracking. The goat that goes next in the class, not quite as long-bodied, and that's where she's getting beaten out today. It is surely just in terms of length of body. The goat that goes next in the class, I think she has a tremendous amount of eye appeal, long-bodied, again, deep-bodied. I like the capacity that she has. She doesn't quite have as much bone or muscle as the two does ahead of her, and she's just lacking a little bit of power when we compare her to that first and second place individual. And then the goat that goes third in the class. Plenty of power here. Balance for the type and design, but a shorter coupled animal. Just a different design than our other three animals. I'd like to give this goat maybe more length through the front end and a little more length through the body to be able to compete with those three above. Those first animals there, super nice. The gentleman here that goes next in the class, she profiles quite nicely. Tremendous amount of bone and muscle in this one. I love the capacity through the center portion of the body. I like the breed character and the elegance that she has. But she's a doe that wants to get close in her pin set. We need to open her up there. Give her a little bit more power in terms of movement. The goat that we follow her with, again, a goat that is extremely attractive on the profile, not quite as much length of body as the goat ahead, has the same issue in the hindquarters as the goat that she follows. The young lady here in the blue. Again, we start to get a little shorter coupled, and we want that length of body. She wants to break a little at the shoulder and then again at the hip. I'd like to smooth her up, make her a little rounder and a little bolder out of her hip to be able to move up. And then we have our dapple doe here, our black dapple. And no, she's not as big and she's not as powerful. And granted, I think we all know she's probably getting overpowered in the class today. Maybe she's just jumped classes, I don't know. But she's extremely elegant. I love the balance in this doe. I love the breed character in her. And I think given time, I think she's going to be able to move up quite easily. The black doe we had the same issue with. For me, she wants to get just a little shorter, coupled from hook to pin, just slightly steeper. I'd like to correct her there. This little red doe caught my eye as soon as she walked in the class, and she's probably the smallest doe in the class. And I'm not all about size, but I am about structural correctness. And when I saw her come in, I like how flexible she is in her skeleton at a young age. I like the breed character and the balance that she has, and I think she's got a big future ahead of her as well.
We need Jacob Wickard, Ty Llewellyn, Aaron Yoakum, Troy Brinks, and Corinne Lamb to make your way to the makeup ring immediately. Your placings from Class 19, first place to April Stover. Second place, Bretton Bassford. Third place, Wilson Kegley. Fourth place, Aaron Yoakum. Fifth place, Noah Teal. Sixth place, Noah Teal. Seventh place, Addison Sandy. Eighth place, Roy Rosenbarger. Ninth place, Ty Llewellyn, and 10th place, Tom and Jackie Redden. Now entering the ring is Class 20 full-blood doe kids, 6 to 9 months. Class 21, full blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 21, full blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. We need Class 21 full-blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months, to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 21 full-blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. If anyone needs a school excuse, you may come to the announcer stand and get one. If anyone needs a school excuse, you may come to the announcer stand and get one.
This is by far the largest class that we've had today. So I'm cutting the class. The goats that I have up here on the front that's facing the rail are going to be the goats that we keep. There's a lot of good quality in here that's still left standing. So as these guys exit the ring, please give them a hand. Give them a hand, please, and show them how much we appreciate them bringing this stock out today.
Class 21 full-blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 21 full-blood doe kids, 9 to 12 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring. Last and final call for Class 21 full-blood doe kids 9 to 12 months to be making your way to the makeup ring. Last and final call for Class 21 full-blood doe kids 9 to 12 months to be making your way to the makeup ring.
We're going to start the class with the paint doe. Again, tremendous amount of elegance and power in this one. Lots of capacity, big, round, capacious rib shape on her, lots of muscle. Nice doe to start the class with. The doe that goes next in the class, when she transitions out of her withers into her rack, she doesn't quite have the levelness of the doe ahead of her. She could use a little bit more shape to her, a little bit more shape to her rack when we compare her to the doe ahead of her. Our red doe that goes third in the class, a tremendous amount of balance in her. Again, lots of power. I'd like to give her a little more lower forerib. I think she's just getting outpowered in terms of how much capacity that she has through the center portion of her body when we compare her to 1 and 2. Our fourth place goat here, lovely profile, lots of power in this one too. In terms of movement, very flexible in the skeleton. We like that. But again, wants to get a little flat in the rib. I just want it to be bigger, rounder, and bolder, and more powerful to move up in the class. The gentleman that goes next here, tremendously elegant doe, not quite as much power in terms of how this doe is constructed in the lower extremities. Through the center portion of the body, she's super deep and she's got a lot of capacity. We appreciate that. I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor just a little bit, but super nice maternal looking doe. The doe that goes next in the class, again, very maternal looking, not quite as much lower forerib as the goat ahead. As she transitions through her top, I would like to raise her up in her rack just a little bit and set her down in her hooks and level her out. But again, super nice doe. She's slightly straight in her hock. I'd like to give her a little more angulation there. The doe that goes next in the class, she profiles quite nicely. She's very elegant. She has a tremendous amount of bone. She's deep-bodied, but in comparison to the does ahead of her, she wants to get a little flatter sided. We just want to open her up from front to back. The young man that goes next in the class, our Cape doe, she's very elegant. I like this doe. She has plenty enough power and bone for me. She wants to get a little high-hipped and a little straight in her hock as well. We need more angulation there. I appreciate the depth of body that she has, and I think that given a little bit of time, I think as she matures, she's going to be able to move up in the class quite easily as well. The gentleman that goes next in the class, extremely attractive doe here, a doe that's really up-fronted. She's got a really elegant head. She's plenty powerful. She's deep-bodied. In terms of movement, she doesn't move off of her feet and legs quite as cleanly as the does ahead of her. Again, we've got a doe that I want to give a bigger rib shape. If I compare her to the other goats in the class, she wants to get a little flatter sided, especially in terms of the way she's constructed in her rib. Our dappled doe here, I had to take several looks at this one because she just kept catching my eye. And there's a lot of things to like about her. I think she's getting overpowered in terms of size and capacity today. I think given time she'll come on. But here's a doe that wants to get a little short coupled, okay? I mean, she's a little shorter bodied. She's a little shorter neck. She's a little shorter coupled. She's short everywhere. And that's fine because it balances out fine. That's her design. And that's okay. But again, super nice doe. The goat that goes next in the class, she's plenty extended through the front. I'd like to lengthen her out in the body, especially back through that 1/3. She wants to get it slightly high-hipped for me. When we put her into motion, I'd like to see a little more angulation in her hock. But again, a super nice group of goats, so let's give these guys a hand, please.
Riley Kimmel, Jimmy Koloski, Jenny Koloski, Denny Koloski. Your class is now going in the ring. If you would like to show, you need to be making your way to the makeup ring. Now entering the ring is Class 21. Your placings from Class 20. First place, April Stover. Second place, Mason Cates. Third place, Bailey Brumfield. Fourth place, Corinne Lamb. Fifth place, Noah Teal. Sixth place, Rick and Misty Allen. Seventh place, Drew Pontius. Eighth place, Colton Cobb. Ninth place, Noah Teal. And 10th place, Tegan Walker.
Again, I'm going to pull out what I believe is the top of the class. And again, there's a lot of really good quality still standing out here. So let's make sure we let these guys know how much we appreciate them bringing these animals to be exhibited here today. So let's give them a big hand. The doe that we start the class with here has a tremendous amount of capacity about her. She has huge rib shape. The center portion of her body, when you get your hands on her, is massive. She carries a lot of muscle down through that forearm and down through her stifle and on the inner side of the leg, the area of that twist. She combines that very, very well with breed character and femininity. And she's, in terms of movement, she's still flexible, and she moves off of her feet and legs quite well. The doe that goes next in the class, extremely elegant. I think she's even more elegant than the doe that we lead the class with, and I think that's really her strong suit. She's very, very attractive, not quite as powerful in terms of rib shape. As we transition into her hindquarters, I'd like to see more muscle on her outer leg. The doe that goes next in the class, she's even more slightly flatter ribbed than the doe ahead of her. Again, I'd like to see more muscle on the outer leg of that doe. The doe that goes next in the class, if I could change her, I'd want to get her up off of the ground just a bit. She's got a lot of extension through her front end and through her body. She's a little short-legged for me, but I think she's super attractive. And I think all in all, she brings a lot of attributes to the table that we're looking for in a Bordeaux. She has the breed character, she has the elegance, and she has the capacity, and overall, the muscle and bone that we're looking for. So congratulations to you. The young lady that comes next in the class, she has probably one of the most attractive and most elegant does in the class. Excellent breed character. She's slightly, she wants to get a little bit more tubular in her makeup than the does ahead of her. I'd like to give her a little more depth of body. She's super clean in her lines. She has enough capacity in terms of the way she's constructed through her rib, but as we transition into that hindquarters, we need more power and more overall muscle. The doe that goes next in the class, I like this one too. Tremendous rib shape in this one. I want to give her more length through her neck, more length through her body, and I think if we could do that, she'd be able to move up quite easily. The goat that the young lady that we followed, the young lady has here with this Cape doe, again, she just wants to get too short coupled for me. From hook to pin, we want to lengthen her out there. She wants to get a little coarser made up through her front end. I'd like to smooth her up there as well. In terms of breed character and elegance in her head, she has an absolutely gorgeous head, excellent breed character, and tremendous rib shape in this one as well. The young lady that comes next in the class, super attractive on the profile. What you see is what you get with this one. She's not over-conditioned. We love her lines. We like how she transitions from front to back. Just not quite as powerful in terms of the way she's constructed through her hindquarters. She's a little weak in the hock. We need to strengthen her there to be able to move her up. The gentleman here with the paint doe, again, a doe that balances up quite nicely. I want more rib shape on her. I'd like to stouten her up in her top just a bit. She doesn't carry quite as much muscle down through her hindquarters, especially in the area of that stifle, as I would like to see. And in terms of movement, although I find her flexible enough in her movement, I would just like to give her more power as she takes a step off of that back end. The young lady next, I love the first 2/3 of this animal. I think she's one of the most attractive does in the class. I love how much capacity she has, the length of body she has. She wants to get super close. She kind of hawks in when we put her into motion, and that's what sets her back in the class today. The young lady that comes next in the class, extremely powerful doe, big bone, lots of muscle, lots of capacity through the center portion of her body. This is one you definitely want to call capacious through the center portion of her body. Excellent breed character on this one, super attractive. She's a little coarser made through her front end than the does ahead of her. As she transitions from front to back, she wants to get slightly high hipped. She wants to get a little posty in that hock, and in terms of movement, I think that really affects her the way she motors off of her back end as well. The young lady that we're going to end this group with, we've got a doe here that's extremely attractive. She's got a lot of bone to her. if I compare her to the other goats in the class, although I think she's powerful, and I'm not going to say she's not powerful because I believe she is, but in comparison to the does that stand ahead of her, she does want to get a little flatter sided. She doesn't quite have as much width as I would like to see. I love the depth of body that she has. I like the way she transitions from front to back. I would like to give her a little more angulation in her hock as well. She wants to get a little straight there. But these first 11, 12 does, excellent quality. Let's give these guys a hand.
Your placings from Class 21. First place, Colton Cobb. Second place, Noah Teal. Third place, Bailey Brumfield. Fourth place, Amber Schroeder. Fifth place, Tina Villa. Sixth place, Clayton Newton. Seventh place, Anna Sprague. Eighth place, Taylor Jones. Ninth place, Carly Johnson. And 10th place, Corrine Lamb. We are now ready to show for your junior full-blood doe division.
So we start our first drive of full bloods here. We had our two babies. There, I'm going to start here. The young lady in the pink, tremendously powerful young doe. Lots to like about her. I think she's got a big future ahead of her. She's not as mature as some of these does, but she has a tremendous amount of breed character about her and bone, and I think she's a very promising young prospect. Same thing with the dapple doe that the young man went second in that class with. Just not quite as powerful in terms of bone, but an extremely elegant doe that has a big future ahead of her as well. Out of our next class, our black doe here. Extremely elegant, lots of breed character, long bodied, lots of muscle, plenty enough bone. Now, if I compare this doe to some of the other goats in the class, I might want to strengthen her right out of her withers into her rack just a little. She wants to break there slightly, but when I say it's slight, I mean it's slight, okay? The goat that goes next, or went second to her in that class, tremendous amount of power. I don't think that doe had the length of body as the black doe, but in terms of power, a tremendous amount of power. Wanted to break at the hip, not quite as level. And then we have this class here with this really elegant paint doe. She's big topped. She's wide from front to back. She has plenty enough bone, lots of breed character, lots of elegance. She's deep bodied. She's truly three-dimensional in her makeup. The goat that went second to her, not quite as big in her rib shape. We wanted to open her up there, but plenty enough capacity and breed character, and we really like the look of that one too. And then out of this last class of juniors here, we've got a doe that has a tremendous amount of capacity right through the barrel, a doe that's big boned. She's got plenty of breed character about her. In terms of movement, she still maintains a lot of flexibility, and she really, when she takes a step, she really does it the right way. The goat that went second to her, tremendous amount of elegance. We like the way she transitions from front to back. We like the depth of body she has. Would you ask me if she's the biggest bone in here? Biggest bone doe? No, I don't think so, but I think she's big enough bone. And in terms of movement, again, we've got a doe that's extremely flexible, but a doe that I wanted to give a little more muscle right out of that hindquarters. For me today, I think the doe that is most complete is our oldest doe. She is going to be our junior champion. Congratulations. And we're going to follow it with this really fancy paint doe here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your junior doe kid champion, Colton Cobb out of class 21, and your reserve, April Strover out of class 20. Now entering the ring is class 24, yearling full-blood does, 12 to 16 months. We need class 25, yearling full-blood does, 16 to 20 months to be making their way to the makeup ring. Class 25, yearling full-blood does, 16 to 20 months, please be making your way to the makeup ring.
Again, we have a large class, and I've made my cuts. The goats that are standing up here side by side are the ones that we're going to keep in the ring. Lots of good quality in this one as well. Let's give these guys a hand as they exit.
Class 25, yearling full blood does, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 25, yearling full blood does, 16 to 20 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
She's fine. She's fine. Don't move. She's fine. Just leave her. Okay, so this red doe caught my eye as soon as she came in, and I pulled her out into my cut, and then I pulled her again, and I asked the young man to bring her right up here and to just stand because I couldn't take my eyes off of her, so I had to like get her out of my way. My eye just kept going to her. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's tremendously powerful. No, she's not the biggest bone doe. In terms of movement, she's extremely flexible. She's wide moving. Tremendous amount of power in terms of overall natural muscle. Beautiful breed character. Really elegant. Congratulations, young man. The doe that goes next in the class, I think probably where she may excel over the red doe is that she does have more extension through her front end. She's also very elegant. She's just not quite as powerful through the center portion of her body. She's got a little more leg, which I appreciate. As she transitions from front to back, she's really clean in her lines. I like that about her. I like the depth of body that she has. I think she's just getting overpowered right through her barrel. The doe that goes next in the class, this is by far maybe not the most powerful doe in the class, but in terms of structure, she really has a lot of good structure. She's really elegant. She's extremely balanced in her design. She's got a tremendous look about her. She really catches your eye. She's beautiful headed. She has a lot of depth to her, but when I compare her to the goats ahead of her, she wants to get slightly flatter sided, and we just want to open her up, especially through the center portion. And then we have this red paint doe back here. Again, super nice doe, a doe that has a lot of power about her. For me, she wants to get a little straighter in her back leg. She wants to get slightly high in her hip. I just want to correct her there to be able to move her up in the class. The doe that goes next in the class, we have another red paint doe here, the gentleman in the black shirt, a doe that's also a doe that profiles really nicely. She's extremely elegant. She doesn't quite have the rib shape of the does ahead of her. She has a tremendous amount of depth to her, and I appreciate that. Again, we've got a doe that wants to get a little high hip. She wants to get a little straighter in the hock. I want to correct her there as well. Our black spotted Cape doe here, tremendous amount of power in her, especially through the center portion of the body. She really gives it up for me in terms of structure when we get into that last 1/3, and that's where I really want to fix her. The goat that goes next in the class, she's a little masculine for me. I want to see more femininity. Especially up through her neck. I'd like to widen her in her horn set. Now, if you want to talk about sheer capacity and length, she absolutely has that, and that's exactly what's kept her in the class. She has plenty enough bone, plenty enough depth. She wants to get really choppy in terms of the way she moves off of her feet and legs, and we just want to see a longer stride and more angulation in her hock. The goat that goes next in the class, I think that she's very up-fronted, a doe that maybe is not carrying the conditioning today as some of the other does. She's what you see is what you get. But in terms of the way she's constructed, I think she's constructed pretty well. I like the balance that she brings to the table. I like that she looks maternal and that she's very productive. I'd like to give her maybe a little more power down through her stifle and forearm. I'd like to maybe just widen her out a bit. She wants to get slightly flatter sided. Now, the doe that goes next in the class, the gentleman here in the black shirt, we can't call her flat-sided by any stretch of the imagination, okay? Matter of fact, I think she's a little too wide in the front end. She's a little too extreme for me. She wants to get out on that elbow. She's a little coarser made through her chest. Now, if you want to talk about capacity, she has a tremendous amount of capacity. She's big-ribbed. She's deep-bodied. She's got enough muscle. Again, I'd like to correct her in terms of movement. I'd like to see her a bit more flexible and track wider at the ground. The goat that goes next in the class, this young man has extremely attractive again, a doe that really catches your eye, a doe that's really, really balanced. As we transition into that last 1/3, she wants to get really close in her pin set. We want to fix her there. We want to open her up in terms of the amount of width that she has from front to back. And then the young lady that we're going to end this class with, again, super attractive doe. She's got plenty of bone. I actually like the rib shape on this one, but about the flank, she really starts to give it up for me. We just want more muscle and more width there for her to be able to move up as well.
And your placings from Class 24. First place, Colton Danke. Second place, Paige Garrett. Third place, Amy Sharmer. Fourth place, Anna Sprague. Fifth place, Rick and Misty Allen. Sixth place, Adeline Horn. Seventh place, Bretton Bassford. Eighth place, Caleb Fisher. Ninth place, Carly Joslin. And 10th place, Isaac Cruz Redden. Now in the ring is Class 25, yearling full-blood does, 16 to 20 months. We need Class 26, yearling full-blood does, 20 to 24 months to be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 26, yearling full-blood does, 20 to 24 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 26, yearling full blood does, 20 to 24 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 26, yearling full blood does, 20 to 24 months. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Just a reminder, folks, that there will be no releases signed until the conclusion of the show today. Again, there will be no releases signed for livestock until the conclusion of the show today.
Okay, again, I have made my cuts in this class. Let's give the guys on the rail a big hand as they exit the ring.
Last and final call for yearling full-blood does, 20 to 24 months to be making your way to the makeup ring. Last and final call for yearling full-blood does, 20 to 24 months to be making your way to the makeup ring. Just a reminder, folks, there is no smoking allowed in the building. There is no smoking allowed inside of the building.
Okay. Uh, these top two are really interesting to me in this class, and on a different day, it wouldn't hurt my feelings at all if someone flip-flopped them. But I was asked to come here today and give you my thoughts, so that's what I'm going to do. Okay. This first doe here in the class, she's certainly not as long as our second place individual. Hands down, the doe that's in second place has as much length through her body as you would want. However, what she does have and what she makes up for is lower rib and cleanliness through her chest floor. And that's where I start to have a problem with this second place individual. In terms of movement, they're both flexible. They both really track off their feet and legs at this point well enough for me. They're both really elegant. If I'm going to be super picky, I might like to see just a bit more extension in that second place individual's neck. She's not quite as up-fronted as the first place goat. So I think the first place goat, even though she doesn't have the length of body, I think she has a little more balance. Okay? And I don't want to take a whole lot away from this second place goat because she has a tremendous amount of capacity and bone, and she's got the muscle and the look that we want in these does. Tremendous breed character here and a lot of elegance. The doe that goes third in the class, a doe that's a little different style than our first and second does. She's very up-fronted. She's a doe that doesn't really have as much power through her top. I'd like to raise her in that top just a little bit and level her as she transitions from front to back. She's a doe that is also a little shorter bodied. When we compare her to the doe ahead of her, she wants to get a little, maybe slightly straighter in her hock when we put her into movement. But again, there's a lot to like in that one as well. The doe that goes fourth in the class, the young lady in the black here, extremely attractive on the profile. She balances up quite nicely. She has plenty enough bone for me. As we transition out of that first 2/3 into the last third, she wants to get a little flatter sided. I'd like to see more muscle on that outer leg. I'd also like to see more angulation in her hock. The goat that goes next in the class, our Cape doe, extremely attractive. We like the depth of body that she has. We like her her through the center portion of her body. Again, as we transition into that last 1/3, she wants to get it a little flat in terms of muscle on the outside of the leg, and we want to power her up there. The doe that goes next, the one with the speckles on the neck here, again, love the first 2/3 of this one. Love the breed character in her. I think she's extremely balanced. I like her lines. She's really clean in her lines. But when we put her into motion, again, she needs to be more flexible and more powerful out of her hindquarters. There's our spotted painted doe here that the young lady has. This doe's super attractive to me. There's a lot to like about her. She's a bit piecey in her makeup when I compare her to the other goats. She wants to break at the shoulder. I need to power her up in her top, lift her right through the center portion of her body. She wants to get a little high hipped. In terms of the amount of power and strength that she has in her hocks, we could power her up there as well. I'm just not quite sure she's as soundly constructed as the does ahead of her, but she certainly has a lot of capacity, and she certainly has the look that we want in a maternal doe. The doe that goes next in the class, our black doe, when you got this doe standing in the line, you can't take your eyes off of her. She's just as pretty as any picture you'd ever want to see. She's completely balanced. I like her through the center portion of her body as well. I would like to give her more bone and overall natural muscle, especially back through that 1/3 to be able to compete with the does ahead of her. Our red doe that goes next in the class, she wants to get a little shorter coupled when we compare her to the goats ahead of her, especially in the last 1/3 in terms of movement. She doesn't move out off of her feet quite as fluently as I would like for her to. I think because she's so short coupled in her hindquarters, she wants to get a little choppy in her step. And the young lady with our paint doe, the one with the spot on the back here, the young lady in the black, I love the first 2/3 of this doe as well. If I compare her to the other goats, however, she does want to get a little more narrow based. I'd like to open her up from front to back. I'd like to give her a little bit more width and frame to compete with the does ahead of her. The red doe here that goes next in the class, the young lady that has this goat, she needs more overall bone. Again, as we transition through this goat, she's super pretty. She's super elegant. I'd like to smooth her up in her chest floor just a bit. I'd like to level her in her top. Again, she wants to get a little high hit. Not quite as powerful in terms of muscle. And then the doe that we end this class with, our dapple doe. I love the length on this doe. I love the femininity on this doe. Right through the center portion of her body, she wants to get a little weak topped. We want to pick her up there. I think maybe if we gave her a little more upper forehead, it would strengthen her there and it would fill her out. In terms of the way she's constructed in the last 1/3, she's a little weak in her hock as well. I'd like to strengthen her there. She wants to toe out when we put her into motion. I'd just like to straighten her in terms of the way that she moves.
You're very welcome. Sorry.
Your placings from Class 25. First place to Walker Short. Second place, Clayton Newton. Third place, Ty Llewellyn. Fourth place, Logan Holland. Fifth place, Bretton Basford. Sixth place, Lizzie Hefner. Seventh place, Rick and Misty Allen. Eighth place, Amber Schroeder. Ninth place, Kane Nuring. And 10th place, Scarlett Baker. Now entering the ring is Class 26.
You could make me two pair of pants. Like, who even has legs like that? Amazon.
Again, I've made my cuts. There's a lot of good quality left standing in the ring, so let's give these guys a hand as well. Okay, we're going to start the class with the young man's go here. I think she has the advantage just in terms of capacity. She's extremely balanced, huge rib shape. I love the center portion of her body. She carries that right back into that last 1/3, extremely powerful in terms of muscle. The goat that goes next in the class, not quite as much capacity as the goat ahead of her, but very clean in her lines. She's kind of the same kind of doe. She has the same kind of look. She just doesn't have quite as much power today. The goat that goes third in the class, I love the first 2/3 of her. Well, I love the last third of her too. It's just not as powerful as the two ahead of her, but she's super nice. She's extremely effeminate. She's got a gorgeous breed character about her, lots of depth of body, but as we transition into that last 1/3, she wants to get a little flatter and muscle on the outside of that leg, and I just want to give her more power there. The goat that goes next in the class, she just wants to get a little shorter coupled, I think, when you get your hands on her. She's a little shorter in the loin. She's a goat that I'd like to clean up a bit just through her chest floor. I like the femininity in her, however. I like the breed character that she has. She has a big, big rib shape about her. I like that about her as well. I just like to stretch her out just a bit. The young man that we follow this young lady with, she's got the length of body that we want in that goat ahead of her, and I think that's where she actually has the advantage. Now, in terms of how she's constructed through the center portion of her body, she's extremely long, but she wants to get flatter in her rib shape. I want to open her up there. I want to make her more cylindrical in terms of the way she's constructed. As we transition into that last 1/3, I want to widen her out just a bit. Again, she wants to get a little close at the ground for me. We've got our big red doe here, probably the biggest doe in the class, the most capacious in the class. We're not going to take that away from her at all. She's a doe that has a tremendous amount of capacity, a doe that has a lot of natural muscling about her. For me, in terms of construction, I want to level her through her top. I want her to transition into that hip a little more smoothly so that she's not running uphill. She wants to get a little high hip. Again, that kind of affects the way she's constructed down through her hock. She wants to get a bit straight there. We just want more angulation in that hock to be able to see her walk off more fluently and take a longer stride. The goat the gentleman here in the black has, I love the first 2/3 of her. Again, I think she's extremely attractive. I'd like to see her deeper at the flank. She's not very deep bodied. She's a bit tubular in her design. Again, as we transition into that last 1/3, she wants to get really flat in terms of muscle on the outside of that leg. She's a doe that wants to get straight in her hock. We want to see more angulation there. The doe that goes next in the class, the Cape doe, a doe with a tremendous amount of power. She wants to break a little at the shoulder and a little at the hip when we get her set up, and the longer she stands there, the more evident that it is. We could clean her up in her chest floor just a little bit. Again, a little high in the hip, a little straight in the leg. However, if you want to talk about sheer capacity, she absolutely has that through the center portion of her body. She's to be commended for that. I love the breed character and the elegance in her as well. It's the same thing with this next doe as we move down the line, but in terms of the way she's constructed, I just want to clean her up in her chest floor. I want to make her more powerful out of the back end to be able to move up in the class. The doe that we follow her with, I like the center portion of her body. I even like how muscled she is back through her hindquarters. Now, she could have a little more angulation in her hock, but my biggest issue with her is we lose the balance in this one. She needs to have more extension through her front end. She's long through the body, but we need more extension up through that front end to match her body. And then the doe that we end the class with, I think she is balanced. She has the extension, and I think she's got the right amount of length. However, if we compare her to the other does in the class, she just wants to get flatter sided from front to back. We just need more overall width and volume out of her.
Your placings from class 26. First place, Ty Llewellyn. Second place, Cannon Wilhoit. Third place, Carson Knott. Fourth place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Fifth place, Drew Pontius. Sixth place, Rick and Misty Allen. Seventh place, Eli Merrill. Eighth place, Tori Brinks. Ninth place, Natalie Scholl. And 10th place, Tally Downs. Now entering the ring is your yearling champion full blood doe division. Class 29, 2-year-old full blood does. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 29, 2-year-old full blood does. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 30, aged full blood does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 30, aged full blood does, 36 months and over. Please be making your way to the makeup ring.
As we get into our drive here, we've got this red doe, a doe that in terms of balance and design is designed really well. She's really clean in her lines. We talked about the capacity that she has and the look. We talked about the Brie character that she has and the elegance and how she really is fluent in terms of movement in that class. And then we had the goat that went second to her in that class, and we like the look of her too. I think she just got overpowered a little bit in terms of her rib shape. And then out of the second class, the young lady here in the black, she's the goat for me that really made up for a lot of things in terms of just sheer power through the center portion of her body and rib shape and the cleanliness that she has, how clean she is in her lines and how well she's actually constructed. I think for her design, she's really balanced as well. I wanted to give that long doe that went second to her just a little bit more lower forerib and clean her up in her chest floor to be able to move up into that first spot. And then out of this last class, the young man that won that class, again, we've got a doe with a tremendous amount of capacity. I compare her to some of the goats in here just a little bit, and I might like to slim her neck down just a little bit. I think it's probably because she's carrying a little extra weight. I understand that. I mean, these are show goats, you know. She's super powerful across her top. We appreciate that. She's a goat that is carrying a tremendous amount of muscle back through that hindquarters, and she's to be commended for that as well. And then the goat that went second in that class, in terms of her design, I think she's a lot like her. I think she just got overpowered just a little bit today. For me today, I'm going to use the two does that I think balance up the best, the two does that I think have the breed character and the capacity and the meat and the overall bone that we're looking for, and two does that are fluent in terms of movement. The young man with the red doe is going to be your champion. Congratulations. And the young lady in the black will be your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your yearling champion full blood doe, Colton Danke, out of class 24, and your reserve, Walker Short, from class 25.
As we get into our next division here, we're going to start the class with the paint doe, a doe that has a lot of length of body, a lot of extension, a doe that is not over conditioned, which I appreciate. She's super clean in her lines. If I'm being critical, I'd like to drop her in her flank just a little bit. I'd like to see a little more depth of body to her, but a super nice looking maternal doe. The doe that goes next in the class, she wants to get a little shorter bodied. I like the upfrontedness of this. I like the femininity that she has. I just want to stretch her out to be able to compete with that first place individual. And then the next doe that goes in the class, she's a little coarser made. She's not quite as elegant as the two does ahead of her. Again, we've got a doe that wants to get a little shorter coupled. I'd like to clean her up in her chest just a little bit, give her a little more angulation in her hock, and just stretch her out overall. And then the goat that we end the class with here, she's got a lot of natural muscling about her, and she's not over conditioned either, and I appreciate that about her. I'd like to get her up off of the ground just a bit. I find her to be a little coarser made than the does ahead of her. I'd like to give her more bone to be able to move up in the class as well.
Placings from Class 29, first place, Eli Merrill. Second place, Whitney Pugh. Third place, Lillian Heisel. And fourth place, Addison Shandy. Now entering the ring is Class 30, aged full-blood does, 36 months and over.
As we start this class here, we've got varying differences in some of these does. We have basically three different style animals here. We've got our first place individual, and then we've got the second and third place individual that are very, very much alike, and then we have yet another doe that is a little bit different style. For me, the one that pulls together the most in terms of overall structural correctness is not necessarily the biggest frame doe in the class, but she certainly is the most correct in terms of the way she moves and flexes off of those feet and legs is excellent. She's the best moving doe in the class. Now, she's not the biggest, but she certainly is balanced for her design. I love the capacity that she has, especially through the center portion of her body. She's really clean through her line. She's square out of her hip, and she's very deceiving, which is the reason I had you guys put these goats beside of each other, because when you get your hands on her, she's got plenty enough muscle. Plenty enough. She's a doe that has excellent breed character, and she's really elegant. Now, this paint doe that goes second in the class, she's really long doe. She's a really extended doe. She's got a lot of bone about her. But for her size and her capacity, I would say that she could be a little more round in terms of her rib shape. My biggest issue with her is she wants to get close in her horn set, and unfortunately, I think it translates through her body to her pin set. She's also close in her pin set, and it's evident when we put her into motion because she wants to get really close at the ground. The doe that goes third in the class, same kind of doe as the doe that goes ahead of her. I actually like this doe a little better than our second place doe in terms of the way she's constructed through her head. Even though both does are very elegant, this one has a little wider horn set, and she's a little square out of her pin set, as well. For me, though, she gives up a little bit in terms of her top. I want to power her up there. She wants to get waisty in her brisket. We want to clean her up in that chest floor as well. Now, the goat that we end the class with, again, a goat that has a tremendous amount of capacity, a goat that is very powerful, and we're not going to take that away from her. But unfortunately for me, she's so powerful in her front end, she's a little out on her elbow. I don't think she balances up quite as nicely as the three does ahead of her. She wants to get a little shorter necked. I want to give her more extension there. Again, I want to see her have more power in terms of movement.
Not as big as we've had today, though. Your placings from Class 30. First place, Wilson Kegley. Second place, Kellen Knott. Third place, Ty Llewellyn. And fourth place, Bo Robertson. Now entering the ring is your senior champion full-blood doe division.
We get in this senior division here. The two goats that out of that first class are Paint Doe. I talked about how wide tracking she was, and really, again, this is a doe. What you see is what you get. She's not over conditioned. She's not the biggest bone doe in the world, but she's big enough boned. She's a doe that's got a lot of capacity about her. I did pick on her a little bit, and I wanted to drop her in the flank and give her a little bit more depth. But if you ask me if there's enough capacity there, I'm going to tell you yes, there is. She's very upfronted and very elegant. I like the breed character in her, super clean in her lines. The doe that went second to her, shorter coupled. We just wanted to stretch her out and give her the length of body of that other doe. And then out of our last class here, as I talked about this doe in class, again, a doe that has a lot of structural correctness about her. Again, not the biggest bone doe in the world, but a doe that came to the front pretty easily for me in terms of structure. And then the doe that went second to her, we like the length of body that she has, and we like how she profiles. I just wanted to tie her together better in terms of the way she was constructed. For me today, the two does that I think are most structurally correct, most alike in terms of design and appearance, are our two paint does. The gentleman in the black is going to be our champion. Congratulations. The gentleman in the blue shirt here is going to be our reserve. Congratulations to you.
And your champion senior doe goes to Eli Merrill, reserve Wilson Kegley.
Next year, if you want to be in groups, I think you contacted me last year. Or you were in a group that contacted me last year to be in a group. To get in that group, if you really want in that group, contact us directly. We'll go ahead and put it on your thing too. But if you have 6 or 8 people you want to be together with, the best way to do that is contact me directly. Because I take into
Now
consideration.
entering the ring is your champion full blood doe drive.
As we get into this doe drive here, I think there's a tremendous amount of quality here. There's not a goat in here that I don't think is exceptional in my mind, but I will tell you also in my mind there are two that I think have a lot of capacity and a lot of balance. And you know what? It might not be the kind of goat that you like, but in terms of structural correctness, they come to the top pretty easily for me. So I'm going to get right to it. I'm not going to talk these to death. This little red doe right here in the middle today, you know, I couldn't get her. I just couldn't get her out of my eyesight in the class, and I can't get her out of my eyesight in the drive. She is going to be your champion this year. So congratulations, young man. And there's another goat in here I think follows her as a very close second, and that doe comes out of the second class. The same class. She is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your overall to your grand champion full blood doe, Colton Danke, and your reserve, Walker Short. Now entering the ring is your Class 35 full blood buck kid, 0 to 3 months. We need Class 36 full blood buck kids, 3 to 6 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 36 full blood buck kids, 3 to 6 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
So we get into our bucks. We got some 0 to 3 bucks here. We're going to start the class with this young little buck here with the cape on him. A buck that is really, really clean in his lines, and he's already shown us some masculinity up through his head. I like that about him. You get your hands on him. He has a lot of rib shape at just a young age and some natural muscling about him as well. The buck that goes in that second spot, a whole lot like him, but he's not quite, doesn't quite have the width of the buck ahead of him yet. I think that will probably come if, in time, but again, same kind of buck, super nice buck there. The third place buck here, he's extremely long bodied. He's very up front. He has a good rib shape about him. I think for his size and his stature, he should be bigger boned. I would like to see more width in him. Again, I think from front to back, I just want to open him up. Now, what's interesting about him is you get your hands on him, and he does carry a fair amount of muscle back through that hindquarters, especially on the inside of the leg. The black buck that we end the class with, a buck when you get your hands on him, a buck that, again, wants to get a little flatter sided. He breaks at his hip. He wants to get a little steep. And when we get our hands on that hindquarters, he's not carrying quite as much natural muscling. But again, you know, these bucks are young. They've got a ways to go, and it'll be interesting to see how they develop.
And your placings from Class 35, full blood buck kids 0 to 3 months. First place, Taylor Jones. Second place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Third place, Olivia Ritchie. Fourth place, Casey Ball. Now entering the ring is Class 36, full blood buck kids 3 to 6 months. We need Class 37, full blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months to be lining up at the makeup ring. Class 37, full blood buck kids, 6 to 9 months to be lining up at the makeup ring. We need class 37 full blood buck kids 6 to 9 months to be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 37 full blood buck kids 6 to 9 months to be lining up in the makeup ring, please.
We're going to start the class with the most growthy of the four individuals here. We've got a buck with a tremendous amount of bone and a lot of muscle about him. In terms of balance, he balances up really well. He's very masculine in his appearance. He's clean in his lines. In terms of movement, he moves really well. If I could change him at all, I'd like to clean him up in his horn set just a little bit, but that's being super critical. The goat that goes next in the class, our paint buck. He doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the goat ahead of him. I'd like to see him tie into his neck just a little cleaner so that he has more natural extension up through that front end. He's not quite as big and cylindrical in terms of his rib shape as the goat ahead of him. Overall, he wants to get a little shorter coupled, and I think if we could just stretch him out just a little bit, it would be to his advantage. But again, these goats are young, and that may come in time. In terms of muscle volume, he certainly has a lot of natural muscling about him, and he's to be commended for that. The goat that goes third in the class here, we like the extension through his front end and through his body. He has plenty enough bone. He wants to get flatter sided than the other individuals. Doesn't quite have as much muscle as the two goats ahead of him. And the goat that we end the class with, again, we have a goat that's a little shorter coupled. My biggest issue with him is, as we transition into that last 1/3, he gets a little steep in the hip. We want to level him there, maybe give him a little more neck extension to match his body. But overall, super nice goat. Congratulations, young lady.
Placings in class 36. First place, Addison Shandy. Second place, Isabella Mobley. Third place, Tally Downs. And fourth place, Gus Ciano. Now entering the ring is class 37, full blood buck kids 6 to 9 months. We need class 38, full blood buck kids 9 to 12 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring. Class 38, full blood buck kids 9 to 12 months. Please be lining up in the makeup ring.
Again, we have a larger class here. I've made my cuts. Let's give these folks a hand on the rail, please, and show them how much we appreciate them bringing their goats out today. As we get into this class here, the gentleman with the red paint buck is the buck that is the widest tracking, the buck that has the masculinity that I'm looking for in the breed character. Again, a tremendous amount of capacity and rib shape in this one in natural muscling. This goat that goes second is a close second. He's not quite as clean through his chest floors as the goat ahead of him. I love the extension. I love the length of body that he has, the overall bone and mass and the breed character. He's extremely masculine. I might like to open him up just a bit in that pin set, but in terms of movement, he's extremely flexible in movement, and that's to be appreciated as well. The goat that goes next in the class, he's not the biggest buck in here. He's super, super green. He's not carrying a lot of conditioning, but all the parts and pieces are there. He's square at the ground. He's wide tracking. I'd like to see him again when he has a little more conditioning on him. I think he'd be able to move up in a class quite easily. He has plenty enough bone for me. He's got tremendous amount of breed character and masculinity for a young buck. I think he's just going to have a little bit of time. Now, the one that was problematic for me is the one that is in fourth place because he has the mass. He looks like he fits the first and second better than the third place buck. But as we transition through his body and we get into that last 1/3, he gets super close in his pin set. He wants to get straight in his hock, and he just doesn't travel off his feet and legs quite like I would like to see him. But a tremendous amount of mass in this one, lots of capacity, enough bone. Again, the masculinity and the breed character that we're looking for. So this buck can do a lot of good things as well. The buck that goes next in the class, our red buck, he's a little finer boned, doesn't quite have the mass of the bucks ahead of him. He wants to get a little flatter in terms of his rib shape. I would like to just give him more overall power. Again, for his size and his stature, I think he's a little green today, and I understand these are young bucks, and that's just fine. I don't want to push him too hard. I don't want you to think you got to get him too heavy. That's not what I'm encouraging. I'm just saying that I think given time, he will get that. The young man that comes next in the class, your goat wants to get a little shorter coupled. He doesn't quite have the frame of some of those goats ahead of him. I might like to lengthen him out just a little bit. Again, he doesn't have the maturity of some of the goats ahead of him. And I want to open him up from front to back and just give him more overall width and volume. Our spotted buck that comes next, our dapple or our spot, whichever you prefer, is a buck that is extremely balanced. And I like the length up through his front end. I like the length of body that he has. As he transitions through his body, he really wants to give up a lot in his top. I want to make him more powerful through his top. I want to give him more bone, and I want to open him up from front to back. In terms of masculinity and breed character, he suits me just fine. We just need to give him more overall power. The goat that comes next in the class, I really like the body on this buck, and I really like the capacity that he has, and I like the bone that he has. My biggest issue with him is the way he sets on his back legs. I want to correct him there, and probably an even bigger issue for me, because I just can't take my eyes off of it, is how he ties in, his neck ties into his body. I want to correct him there. His neck just, he breaks at the shoulder, and he needs more extension, and he needs to tie in more smoothly into his shoulder to suit me today. The goat that comes next in the class, again, super attractive on the profile, plenty of bone, but a buck that gives up a lot in terms of overall width and volume as he transitions from front to back. And then the goat that we end the class with, this gentleman here has a very masculine buck. Again, a buck that's a bit green for this stage in the game. A buck that I just want to give more overall volume and length of body to be able to compete with the goats ahead of him.
Placings from Class 37. First place, Clayton Newton. Second place, April Stover. Third place, Denise Crabtree. Fourth place, Grace Ellis. Fifth place, Whitney Pugh. Sixth place, Colton Danke. Seventh place, Lakin Pilcher. Eighth place, Clorinda Cooley. Ninth place, Abby Price. And 10th place, Roy Rosenbacher. Now entering the ring is Class 38, full blood buck kids 9 to 12 months.
We're going to start the class with the young lady in the blue. If you want to talk about balance, we've got a buck here that's extremely balanced. I'm not going to say he's the framiest buck in the class. He's maybe not the longest buck in the class, but everything is balanced. I like the design of this guy. He's extremely clean in his lines. He is the cleanest in his lines of any buck in the class. He's extremely clean through his front end. He transitions right up to his head where we find a big jaw and a lot of masculinity, which I like to see in a young buck. He has a tremendous rib shape about him as he transitions into his hindquarters. He's extremely powerful in terms of the way he's constructed. We see a lot of angulation in his hock. He tracks out wide on his feet and legs. The goat that goes next in the class, I really like this guy a lot. In terms of movement, he really moves out on his feet and legs quite nicely. I don't think he's quite as big boned as the goat ahead of him. He doesn't tie together through his top line quite as nicely as the goat ahead of him. He wants to break just a bit right out of the withers into his rack. I would like to lift him there, maybe give him a bit more power. The goat that goes third in the class, I want to clean him up in his front end just a bit. He's a little coarse. I like the bone that he has and the masculinity. I like the capacity that this one has. I especially like the length that he has from his hook to his pin set. If I could change him a bit though, I just want to clean him up a bit through that front end. The goat that goes next in the class, again, I want to clean him up in his front end just a little bit too. Now, he's extremely long-necked and extremely long-bodied. He has plenty enough bone for me. I would like to give him a bit more masculinity, maybe give him a more powerful jaw, but overall, a lot to be liked in that buck as well. I could see him probably making some really pretty does. The goat that goes next in the class, super attractive in terms of the way he profiles. I want to lift him right in the center portion of his body. I want to level his top a bit, give him more power. My biggest issue with him is I want to give him more overall muscle and width through his hindquarters. The goat that goes next, the young lady in the black, he profiles beautifully. He's really long-necked. He's really long-bodied. He could be more masculine in his head in terms of the way he's constructed through his jaw as well. I would like to see a more powerful jaw on this one. As we transition into that hindquarters, he really wants to get close at the ground. I want to open him up and just give him more width. The goat that the gentleman here in the vest has, this is a really interesting buck as well. I don't think he balances up quite as nicely as the bucks ahead of him. Now, if you want to talk about masculinity, he certainly has that. Does he have mass through the center portion of his body? He absolutely does. He's got a lot of bone. He's got a lot of muscle. We like that about him. He needs more extension and more frame to be able to compete with the bucks ahead of him. Same thing with the goat that we follow him with. He needs more extension and more frame. He wants to get really short coupled out of that hindquarters. We want to give him more power in terms of muscle out of his rear end to be able to move up. The young lady that goes next in the class. This buck gets a little piecey in his makeup. He's plenty masculine enough. He's got plenty of muscle. He's got plenty of bone. But again, he's piecey. He wants to break up. Break at the shoulder and again at the hip. In terms of movement, doesn't move out quite as fluently as I would like for him to at the ground, but a lot to like in him too as far as power is concerned. The buck we end the class with, I like the extension on this one. I like the bone that we have. When he gets back to that last third, he kind of loses it for me. He just needs more overall power to be able to move up there.
Your placings from Class 38. First place to Walker Short. Second place, Kellen Knott. Third place, Anna Sprague. Fourth place, Justin Stewart. Fifth place, Ty Llewellyn. Sixth place, Corrine Lamb. Seventh place, Ty Llewellyn. Eighth place, Kane Neuring. Ninth place, Heather Glecker. And 10th place, Christian Stockberger.
Jamie takes me back. It's not her.
Now entering the ring is your junior champion full-blood buck division.
As we get into our junior drive, we're going to start with these two babies up here. Again, two babies in terms of structure are really sound. They're still green in their makeup and they got a ways to go, but I think they've got a big future ahead of them. Out of the second class, the young lady with the Cape Buck, we like the masculinity in this one. We like the power that he has from front to back. As I commented in class, I'd like to clean him up in his horn set a little bit. You know, this is a boar goat show and we've got a breed standard to adhere to. So I want to make sure that we're covering all our bases. The goat that goes second to him, our paint goat, not quite as balanced as the goat ahead of him. Didn't really tie together through his body as well as the goat ahead of him. But we like the bone that he has. We like the muscle that he has and the power that he's given us at a young age. The gentleman here with our red paint buck out of the next class, we like the structural correctness of this one. We like the way he travels on his feet and legs. We like how powerful he is through the center portion of his body and the masculinity that he has. The goat that went second to him, a little longer bodied, a little more extension, maybe not quite as sound in terms of structure. Out of that last 1/3 is the buck that won the class. The young lady here in the blue out of the last class that we had, we've got a buck that's extremely balanced, big bone, lots of muscle. Again, a tremendous amount of capacity through the center portion of his body. We like the masculinity in him, how clean he is in his lines, and how he ties all of that together. The buck that went second in that class, we've got a lot of extension in him up through the front end and through the body. We just wanted to tie his top line together just a little better and give him a little bit more power there. For me today, we've got two bucks that are really sound in terms of structure. We've got one being just a bit more powerful than the other. Your older buck out of the last class is going to be your champion. The gentleman here with the red buck is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your junior champion full-blood buck, Walker Short, reserve Clayton Newton. Now in the ring is class 41, full-blood yearling bucks, 12 to 16 months. We need class 42 to be lining up at the makeup ring. Class 42, please be lining up at the makeup ring. Class 43, full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring as well. Class 43, full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months, please be lining up in the makeup ring as well.
We're going on a walkabout. You may need anything?
No, ma'am.
You're so good.
We're going to start the class with the young lady in the orange here. A really long buck, really extended buck, really masculine buck. Again, lots of capacity, big rib shape, lots of muscle, lots of bone. Nice goat to start the class with. Goat that goes next doesn't have quite as much length of body or his extension, but in terms of the way he's structured, he's really sound in terms of movement. He ties together really well is the word I'm using. He ties together really well. He's a buck that could use a bit more bone, but a nice package there in that one as well. The goat that goes third in the class, a goat that has a lot of extension and length of body, and we like the bone on him. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of power out of the last 1/3 when we put him into movement. Same thing with this last goat in the class, but we want more width from front to back to be able for him to move up today.
Placings in Class 41, first place, Aaron Yoakum. Second place, Macy Elliott. Third place, Carly Joslin. Fourth place, John Parrish. Entering the ring now is Class 42, full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to 20 months.
Do we have a class sheet for that one? Or was that it?
Entering the ring now is Class 43, full-blood yearling bucks, 20 to 24 months.
We're going to start this class with the paint buck. We've got a buck here that has a tremendous amount of extension. He's really clean in his lines. I like the length of body he has. He has a lot of frame and a lot of bone. If I'm being super critical, I'd like to open him up in his horn set a little bit. I'd like to see him track a little bit wider. I think that's where that second place buck actually has the advantage. But when we start to discuss this second place buck, he doesn't have quite the extension through the front end or the length of body that the goat in front of him has. Not quite as much bone in his lower extremities. I'd like to just give him a little bit more power there. Now, if you want to talk about power through the center portion of a goat's body, he absolutely has a tremendous amount of power there. Huge rib shape, and that's to be commended. And if you wanted to flip-flop these bucks any day of the week, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I like them both, and I like them both for different reasons. The goat that we end the class with here is a goat that doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the two ahead of it. I want to give him more extension through the body, more bone, and more overall power to be able to move up in the class.
Your placings from Class 43. First place, Zebulon James. Second place, Aaron Miller. Third place, Dalton Lawyer. Yearling division. In the ring now is your yearling champion full blood buck division.
So we get into this yearling division here of the 4 bucks. I'm going to go straight to it. We've got a couple of bucks in here I like for different reasons. We've got one that's really sound in terms of structure, ties together really well, has the masculinity, the muscle, and the balance that we're looking for. That's going to be the younger buck. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations. We're going to use our paint buck as the reserve.
Congratulations to your yearling champion full blood buck champion, Aaron Yoakum. Reserve, Zebulon James.
I'm all about pins. It don't matter. Sucky pins. I don't care.
Oh, this is the division? Yeah. You're right. It's just the only 2, yeah. In the ring now is your Class 46 2-year-old full blood bucks, 24 to 36 months, as well as your senior champion full blood buck division.
We've only got 2 senior bucks today, so this is our senior drive as well. The gentleman here, the young man in the blue shirt that was leading the buck around the ring, we've got a buck here with a tremendous amount of bone, lots of capacity, extension through the front, tons of masculinity and natural muscle, very deserving of a grand champion ribbon. Congratulations. The buck that we follow, Reserve, we love the extension in this buck. We love the breed character and the length of body that she has. Not quite as powerful in terms of bone when we compare him to the other buck, and we just want to give him more power out of that hindquarters to be able to move up today.
Congratulations to your senior champion full blood buck division champion, Knox Logan. Reserve, Corrine Lamb. Entering the ring now is your grand champion full blood buck drive.
This is the last drive of the day, and I just want to say real quickly, I'm very honored to come here and be able to judge on the green and to see faces that I've even shown with and friends that I miss. I'm on the West Coast now, so I don't see a lot of people out here as often as I would like to. So it's really nice to come back this direction. I just want to tell you how much I've enjoyed the show today. But anyway, hopefully we'll get a chance to do this again sometime, or maybe I'll be on the East Coast and maybe I'll get to see you again soon. Anyway, as we get into our last buck drive here today, a lot of tremendous quality in all of these animals for different reasons. You know, they say there's not a perfect goat, and I truly believe that, but I try to look for animals that are the most sound in terms of structure. The goats that have breed character and muscle and all the things that we're looking for in this boar goat breed. For me today, there's a couple of goats in here that are really sound in terms of structure. Maybe one's a little plainer made than the other one, and that's okay. But what's important is that that goat is made the way that it's supposed to be, and it exhibits all of the qualities that we're looking for in a boar buck: the masculinity, the muscle, the bone, the capacity, all of those things that we want to pass on to that offspring. So if you'll give me just one moment, I'll go out and I'll congratulate our overall grand and reserve champion at the 2024 NAILE.
And your champion full blood buck from the yearling division, Aaron Yoakum. Reserve, Walker Short from the junior division.